while we also wait to receive your presentations from yesterday, my colleague Bella, she'll be giving you instructions on how to take to participate in the quiz. We're going to do a quiz. So if you remember, we asked you to do a baseline assessment before you started the training. So some of the questions will be what will be asked during the quiz. So if you have a device, Bella. Hi, Bella, are you there?
Morning.
Good morning. Oh, yes.
Hi, good morning. Here, I'll go ahead and pull it up. Let me present my screen. So we can go ahead and begin on.
I think you should let them know how to play the game, instructions and stuff. Thank you.
Sure. Okay, so for the Kahoot, there are going to be multiple questions. We're probably going to go through 10 today. They're similar to a knowledge assessment that you've probably seen already. And so with that, all you have to do is sign up. So it should be bringing you to, let's see. Okay, if you can see my screen, go ahead and go to www.kahoot.it. Can you see it, Chi?
Yes, I can. I think there's a Wi-Fi in the room, so if you can connect to the Wi-Fi in case you don't have internet, you can connect to the Wi-Fi in the room, and so you can use your phones or your laptop to play the game. Thanks.
So
I can see
essentially
it
the
better.
goal, oh, perfect. The goal of the game is to see who can get the most amount of points. We'll do this at a competitive base. So if you go ahead and go to www.kahoot.it, when you pull up the screen, it'll ask you for a PIN number. It'll be the 6593198. When everyone joins, we can go ahead and begin the quiz. So the goal.
Bella, can you say the number again? Can you say the PIN number again?
We can begin.
Hi, Bella. You need to switch your audio to English. I don't know if you heard the interpreter. She said you should repeat the number.
Okay.
Yeah.
It should be up on the screen, is it not?
No, it's not. I can still see like play, edit, so it's not.
Bella, you said the PIN number. I just couldn't capture it all. It's like a 6-digit thing. I just captured the first 3. Yeah.
593198. Here, I'm going to present the new tab.
Yes, perfect. We see it now. This is the PIN.
So once people are ready, if you can go to this website, the kahoot.it, and then input the code, and you'll join on this screen. So no one has joined yet, but when you've joined, we'll be able to see you. And then when everyone has joined, we can go from there.
Bella, can I ask you to use like a cabled microphone, or because this wireless one is not making your voice very clear. I mean, if you're gonna give a presentation or something, I don't think I can follow up because there's like the voice is not very clear. Okay. It's not about the loudness, it's about the clarity of the voice. I mean, your voice may not be very clear. That's the thing. Yeah. It's okay, it's okay. Yesterday you were not using any microphones and it was fine. Okay. But okay. I'll try my best.
For people to join, I think there's Wi-Fi password in the room. If you can log in to www.kahoot.it and then input the code that you see on the screen. Exactly. Thank you.
Hello, this is Simas from technical support. Isabella, on the left-hand side in the top corner, you should see the microphone icon. Please try to press on it and you will see different options. You can try different microphones if you have like your laptop, and maybe then we will get better quality.
Is this better?
Thank you.
Please try to speak a little bit more.
Oh, I switched it to a new input, if that's clearer.
I think it's the same, and it's only one you have, or like how many you have of them?
Okay. Anyway, Bella, can we start? I think we have a
Yes.
couple of people. Thank you.
Sure. Okay. All right, so it looks like we have a good group, so we're going to go ahead and begin. Part of them are going to be true or false questions, and part of them are going to be...
Can I ask you to speak a little bit slower? Because I can't capture everything, sorry.
Part of the questions are going to be true or false, and part will be multiple choice. So we'll go ahead and begin. So for each question, you'll have 30 seconds to read and respond. So for the first question, which are the main types of drilling fluids? There will be more than one answer. So is it chemical-based drilling fluid?
Excuse me, please. We can wait.
هل يمكننا الانتظار لمزيد من الأشخاص؟ Oh, sorry.
Access to the 2 minutes, please. Okay.
Mr. Yusuf, did you say you need 2 minutes?
نعم.
Yes, 2 more minutes for more people to come. So that more people would come. Yeah.
Just a morning quiz, so we don't need to have this is why we can do the quiz while we're waiting for people to join into the room. Okay, so let's continue.
Okay, so we'll move on to question 2. So it looks like Hussam actually answered it fast enough, so he gets the points for this round. So question 2, which of the following questions are asked when evaluating chemical properties? Is the chemical economically affordable? Is the chemical use in trade allowed? Is the chemical hazardous? And are any permits or licenses needed to use, trade, or sell this chemical? So it's actually going to be all of them. So water-based drilling fluids
Come
are
on.
likely to have which effect when discharged into the environment? So there's 20 seconds. Is it hazardous effects, harmful effects, no effect, or a positive effect? So 9 seconds left to answer. And that's going to be a harmful effect. So when looking at water-based drilling fluids, it's that they would have a harmful effect on the environment. Oh, I see some more answers coming in. This is good. And again, you want to be speedy on these. So try to answer them as quickly and accurately as possible. So who is responsible for displaying all safety information within the workplace? Is it the manufacturers, the staff, the employers, or the government? So go ahead, get those answers in. Yes, and so the correct one is the employer. We're sometimes seen as the operator. Wow, getting some high numbers up here. All right. Which of the following is at the top of the waste management triangle? Is it minimization, disposal, prevention, or reuse? So when evaluating a waste management triangle, which is at the top? Yes, so prevention is the ultimate goal, is preventing waste. And then from there, we can look to minimize it, methods of proper disposal, and then reuse if applicable. All right, we still have a front runner. Good job. We'll move on to the next question, which is going to be a true or false question. So is it true or false that to be classified as hazardous, a material must be in a solid state? So a solid state as opposed to a liquid or a gas. So what do we think? We've got 16 answers in, about 5 seconds left. So that's false. So to be hazardous, it does not just need to be in a solid state. We heard a lot yesterday from Mike, too, about different ways of siphoning out liquid versus solid components. Yeah, it does not just need to be solid. The application of the United Nations criteria for classification and labeling of chemicals in Europe seeks to do what? To simplify matters, to avoid confusion, to minimize accidents, or is it all of the above? Yes, that'll be all of the above. So for the classification and labeling of chemicals in Europe, it will all simplify matters, avoid confusion, and minimize accidents. We still have a front runner. Good to see. All right, so this is going to be a true or false. So is it true or false that the operator's responsibility ceases where an oil field is no longer economically viable to operate? So if the oil field can no longer be used, or it's no longer producing enough to be economically viable, are they still responsible for the field? So is that going to be true or false? Right, so false. So this goes a lot in regards to the cradle to grave method that we were talking about yesterday, of the full circle analysis of how a chemical from beginning to end needs to be accounted for. And so their responsibilities would be for the whole time. All right. We'll go ahead and do about 2 more questions for the morning. So the transportation of hazardous waste shall be accompanied by the following documents: the Health and Safety Plan, the Waste Management Plan, the Trip Manifest or ticket, and the Movement Document, which is mandatory, and Notification Document, which is recommended. So we touched on this a bit yesterday, but what are those documents that are needed? So yes, it'll be both the Trip Manifest ticket as it's being transported and the Movement Document. Okay, so last question of the day. The international trade of hazardous chemicals is regulated by which international convention? I hope you all got those one right. So is it the Basel Convention, the Rotterdam Convention, the Stockholm Convention, and the Hong Kong Convention? So again, the international trade of hazardous chemicals is regulated by which convention? Perfect. So it's going to be Stockholm and Rotterdam. All right. So for the morning, Saad Aziz, congratulations. You've been the front runner at 7,546 points. We'll go ahead and take these numbers down and see who can come in first place for tomorrow. So thank you for participating. If you have any questions regarding these or follow-ups, go ahead and let us know. And if not, we look forward to having another great training with you all today. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Isabella, for facilitating that quiz. So I think we'll try to come back to this, because then if you notice that these are also the questions that you will see in the final knowledge assessment. You've seen this before in the baseline knowledge assessment, and I hope you have been able to learn a little bit more from yesterday, and then we can continue today. And you'll be ready to take the final knowledge assessment tomorrow, at the end of the day tomorrow. Okay. So let me just turn to the main hall. Okay, great. I don't have a visual of the main hall at the moment, but I just wanted to just hear from 1 or 2 persons, just to share from your side, what was it that you learned? What was something new that you learned yesterday? If you can share that with us. Could I have someone take the floor? Just 1 or 2 persons, just to share what you've learned yesterday, like something that you didn't know, perhaps.
السلام عليكم. Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Haytham Khalifa. I'm from the Basra oil company. One new thing that I learned yesterday, actually it's most of the information is not new, but it's about the sharing of information between us and you. And one more thing is that we got access to the international conventions and the some issues that may not be very clear, but I can see that the picture is clear now. And regarding this quiz, you should have given us an idea about this quiz and that how to answer, and the link. Actually, most of us couldn't couldn't access it, and like 40% of the questions we weren't aware of. So yeah, you should have given us an idea, but a heads up about the quiz.
Is a very informal thing. It's really just to review what we learned yesterday. But thanks for sharing those comments. Let us know like
شكرا.
which questions that were you not clear about. Can you tell me just which were the questions that you were not clear
هي
about?
بالعكس هي بالنسبة لنا واضحة ومعظمنا يعني نعرفها.
It's clear for most of us, but like I said in the beginning, like it was just we were caught by surprise. I mean, we and at least you should have given us an idea about this quiz and how to answer, and so that yeah, so that
time that that you've done the Kahoots quiz, but in our training program we put online quiz starting at 8:30. So if you look at the training program, we put it down on the program that we would do an online quiz. But maybe it's the first time that you use the Kahoots feature, but it's okay. We will continue
لا
to
لا بالعكس لا لا
we will
نحن
continue to learn.
داخل لا ما يعني شيء الامتحان بس قصدي
well, it's just the method of this quiz. We didn't know how to answer. Yeah.
When we do the quiz. Okay, no problem. Can I have another person from the floor share your thoughts and reflections from yesterday? Was there something new that you learned that you didn't know from until yesterday?
المهندسة هبة مدير شعبة مراقبة النفايات.
I'm engineer Heba. I'm a division manager for hazardous waste in the Ministry of Health and Environment. The thing that I got more knowledge about was the detailed information about the hazardous waste resulting from or hazardous chemicals resulting from the oil processes and oil operations. But yesterday, this was a detailed information for me that it was an insightful experience.
Anybody else who would like to share your reflections or thoughts from what you learned yesterday? Was there something that you wanted to also share? Was it too fast, too much information, or just right? Can we just get can we just get your feedback? What's your feeling from yesterday's presentations?
الشركات هي اللي يعني شوي
They're having a side talk. I can't hear anything. I'm sorry. Good morning. My name is Ghassan Kadem, the Car Oil Company. Actually, yesterday I got to know the conventions, and though briefly, but we got an idea about how hazardous chemical waste operate or like function or result. Actually, a challenge that we're having is the treatment of such wastes. I would think that yesterday this matter and this issue was presented, but we haven't touched upon how to treat it or details about how to treat these chemical wastes, how to handle them, and that the workshop was focused more on the international conventions, and this is how I understood it. So my question is, how can we treat these chemical wastes? And we are one of the companies that that finds this challenging. If it's possible to give us a brief explanation or presentation on how to handle them, how to treat them, how to dispose of them, and our operations are very basic in this regard.
We will indeed start to discuss some of these points today. Okay, we will come to that, and I'm really happy that we have Mike, who has a lot of experience with these various hazardous treatment options, and then we also will have Yvonne and our other colleagues from Egypt who will share some of their experiences in terms of what some of the guidelines that they have been following as well. Okay, so we will touch on some of these issues today. So thanks a lot for sharing your reflections and comments from yesterday, because I mean it's hard for us to know how you are, because we're quite far away. I mean, I know all of you are in the same location, but it's hard for us to have a real interaction because we are not in the room with you. So we really appreciate your participation and your sharing of thoughts and comments. So then we will try to address some of the suggestions that you might have. Okay. So with that, I understand that you may have been the other groups that didn't present from your group work yesterday will now be able to present their work from yesterday. So can I ask group 3, how would you be able to present your group work? Do you have the file, or did you share it with us, or do you have it in a computer?
They actually shared it with me.
Very good.
Yeah.
So can you project it on the screen? Thanks,
Yeah.
Chidima.
No problem.
So this would be group 3, I think.
Yes, group 3.
Okay. Okay, please go ahead, group 3.
حقيقة
Good morning. Today morning, I just introduced a little upgrading about the national regulations and laws, and we included some of the articles that have to do with the hazardous waste in our oil fields in collaboration with my colleagues in group 3. I'm gonna go into details about the first hazardous waste, which is the drilling muds, and the drilling muds are regulated by the law and international conventions. It's subject to law, environmental protection and enhancement number 27 of 2009, and it's regulated by the Rotterdam Convention. They have it as Notre Dame. Yeah, but it's Rotterdam. But in Arabic, they write it as Notre Dame. For the measures taken currently, maybe recycling them after some treatment, and for example, the residues and
هي اطيان صار معظم اطيان الحفر اللي
most of the drilling muds that we use in our oil fields, they rely on the types of the drilling, the reservoir layers, the reservoir rocks, and all of this decide whether we would use the oil-based or the water-based fluids as well. And
المعيار الاساسي لاختيار الطين طبيعه الصخر المكمن.
The type of the reservoir layer.
حفر حساسه للطبقه المائيه. هاي امور ثانيه تدخل الميدان.
And this is very common for those who are working in the drilling. The strength is the fine control through the regular and periodical reports submitted to authorities, and to check whether the drilling muds have been well treated and correctly treated according to the regulations or not. And this would strengthen the type of treatment and disposal. The challenges, of course, is the lack of funding. This is the main challenge. To conduct the treatment, and the lack of the training and field trips for the human resources working in this regard. The second hazardous waste is the industrial liquids, and they are subject to law of the water resources of 2001, the amended law, and the international convention governing it is the Rotterdam Convention. The measures taken to treat industrial liquids, they are geological, chemical, and mechanical processes, and they should be subject to the applicable Iraqi laws. Same thing, it applies to strict controls, and they should be reported regularly. And also the challenges are the lack of financial lack of funding. And then third is the oil spills. Oil spills may result from or during the maintenance, maybe maintaining a valve or any oil equipment. And as you know, it affects the soil. And there should be precautions should be followed by environment people who can treat the soil beforehand with anti-contamination substances. Maybe this is subject to Article 41 of the Health, Safety and Environment Law, and it's also regulated by the Rotterdam Convention. The measures taken to counter oil spills. First is to draw the spilled substance, maybe through the vacuum track or other processes, and if there is a good measure, this would be to separate the contaminated soil. And if it's an unintentional spill, the contaminated soil should be scraped and treated after taking field samples to identify the contaminants. And there are other stages following this one to treat the contaminated soil. Also, the post-treatment contaminants should be subject to the API or the EPI. I haven't heard him well. Also, the field controls and to treat the oil spills, and the challenges, the same challenges, is the lack of funding to import specialist equipment to treat such oil spills and the resulting contaminated soil. Sometimes there are portable units to treat the spill and the soil at the same time. Another challenge that most of the oil fields and oil sites have is the metal and plastic contaminated drums, the solid barrels. These are solid wastes, and we have huge amounts of them in our oil fields. And these drums, actually, we have Mr. Saad Aziz, the director for the environment department in the ministry, and he is actually aware of this issue. And sometimes they are being collected in specific stores in the oil fields. And there are some measures and some ministries that have contracted some contractors for treatment, and by using the tar, to treat them using tar. But actually these processes, some of them have stopped, and some companies have applied with the Ministry of Health and Safety of Health and Environment for licensing to treat these barrels. And the measures of and this is also subject to the Iraqi law, which is the decree number 3 of 2015 about treating and damaging empty barrels, as well as for the international convention. This is the Basel Convention. The strengths of this hazardous waste is the regular reports submitted about their amounts, how they are stored, and if there is any residual spills of the chemicals inside. This should be monitored by the environmental inspectors, and they are reported regularly to the Ministry of Oil. The fifth hazardous waste is the oil drilling wastes and the cold pits and the lagoons. We have several types of wastes, as you know. The waste resulting from crude oil treatment processes. They are small amounts. That would be collected in the cold pits, and in some oil fields, they have contracts with licensed companies, and maybe we have gone a long shot in preventing such wastes, but there are some drilling wastes are in the gas fields, and they are resulting from the examination of a pipeline or a well before isolation, or an operational issue that might happen in the insulation plant. And most of the coal pits are old and not aligned with the high density high polyethylene HPDF. And this may be one of the challenges, and they are subject to the law of maintaining the hydrocarbon wealth, law 84 of 1985, and it's also regulated by the Basel Convention. For the measures taken for coal pits, there are treatment methods that are currently in place. In general, we're talking about the extractional activities, scraping the coal pits and treating these coal pits with filters to purify the gases coming off these treatment units. These gases are also filtered so that they would not infiltrate into the air. But the highly saline and highly dense wastes we are currently in the process of obtaining the official approvals to sell these oil wastes, because of the high viscosity and the high salinity, and also the extra costs. This is more than crude oil. For the lagoons, the waste on the surface of these lagoons can be drawn, and this is they were contracted to a local contractor to draw these wastes. For the strengths in controlling this type of waste is the regular control and ensuring that no wastes are thrown into the coal pits or the lagoons, and in the central treatment plants and the coal pits of the and the bearing pits. As you know, this is at the beginning of the drilling process. Another challenge is the lack of the funding and sometimes they should be previously approved by the Ministry of Health and Environment. Then we move to the next waste, which is the gaseous emissions, and this is one of the hazardous wastes in most of the oil fields, and they are subject to actually the Iraqi government obligate investing foreign companies in producing oils or which is currently producing to add an obligatory clause for the contractor to follow the best practices and methods and activities that protect the environment, the surrounding environment, and humans from the harms resulting from crude oil production operations. And to check where any gaseous emission might occur, and to check the sound equipment of these operations, and to have detection systems for any gaseous emissions. And these are subject to the Stockholm Convention. The local companies are in the process of buying and importing high technology gas detection, whether there is a breakdown or a maintenance, if there is a gaseous emission during these operations. Maybe install stoppers at the gaseous openings or outlets, and not to burn the gases, to invest in this gas and to use it because it negatively affects the human and environmental health. As I mentioned, gas sensors, gas detectors, and measuring how the ambient air is contaminated, and using some of the ministries, such as the Ministry of Environment and the Ministry of Research, they would do their calculations and for the quality of ambient air. ربما دقيقة أو دقيقتان للانتهاء من حديثك.
الأنشطة والأعمال مادة الكبار محددات الانبعاث والنظام السيطرة على الهواء المحيط همين يعني
تغيرات المناخية.
اي نعم.
They're having side talks, so number 7. Okay. So he's addressing someone. He's addressing the speaker, asking him about item 4.
Until they finish, and then we can address it collectively, because then we cannot follow the conversation in the room. So if we can just wait and take turns, because otherwise we cannot follow.
بس يا ريت يعني في دقيقتين 3 نكمل حتى ياخذون الاسئله سواء مننا او من
معكم مشكلة.
اي والله ممنون شكرا. اوكي Marisol, okay.
Okay, we'll take a couple of minutes to finish.
Conclude this presentation, and then we can take some questions if there are any questions from the floor. Okay?
Okay, we will complete.
So please continue. Please continue.
بطاريات الرصاص قوانين
The potassium batteries. So the item number 4 for 1989 for safety in the storage and dealing with chemical material. The lead batteries, they could be collected and recycled by the Ministry of Industry, and or make them into new batteries with a percentage. The positive point is the way they are saved and stored.
الوقت الحالي ما عندنا فقط الرصاص عن طريق الفوق الرقابية تأكد من عدم تلفها وتلوث المخازن التي تحتويها.
Or getting the floor sound rather than the English translation.
Yeah, sorry, I was disconnected. I don't know how. I think it's the platform disconnected me. I didn't even notice that it did. Sorry about that. So he was talking about the positive points.
Okay. Is he finished now? Is he?
بالنسبة للبطاريات
For the batteries, the destroyed batteries are subject to law. The number 4 for the year 1989, the safe storage and dealing with the chemical materials in Basel Agreement. The batteries are being stored and then sent to the Ministry of Industry to be replaced or recycled. As the last thing is the oils of the transformers or the engines in general. These are subject to the Basel Convention. The oils currently are collected in special stores and cooking, and even the so these chemicals and so the hazardous chemicals that threaten the chemical security, and this is under the Basel Agreement Convention. Fourth is the accompanied gas that is not used. This is also covered in the Protection and Improving Environment Law number 27, and the Protection of Hydrocarbon Wealth 84, and the Emission Law, and this is under the Basel and Stockholm and SAICM and the Environment Changing Conventions. We have, after the number 5 is the solid wastes, like the empty barrels, and this is also under the national Basel law and the law on improvement and protection of environment and the Basel Convention. The positive points is that there are no treatment that help in disposing of the waste, and no private sector companies that would help in this. Sorry, I think he meant that these are the positive items. I might have missed a word. So the presence of a lot of coverage and the Rotterdam Convention covering it, the impediments or the challenges is not having enough treatment compared to the amount of hazardous material, the absence of dumping sites, the absence of recycling units, the scarcity of cadres specialized in this field, and the scarcity of funds as well. Thank you.
The very concise presentation. So I think it also then follows the other groups. Thank you very much for for working on that and sharing that. So again, we will turn to some of these treatment options and treatment issues that you might have for today. So if we go over the program for today, if you look at your program, we have a really nice full program of various presentations that will add to our discussions. Okay, so then what I will suggest just a slight rearrangement of the presentations because some of our experts will not be able to join us later in the afternoon. So I would like to move some of the presentations ahead. But we will get to all the presentations today. So let me, instead of starting with our colleagues from Egypt, so we will hear from experiences from the region and from Egypt in particular on how they manage their hazardous wastes. So then we can also have a good discussion with a focus in the region. But before that, let us continue our discussion under the Basel, Rotterdam, and Stockholm Conventions, and what do they offer in terms of guidelines and methodologies for managing and treating these wastes, including the transboundary movement of management of such wastes. So let me ask then Yvonne, my colleague Yvonne, to present first, and then her presentation will be followed by our Egypt colleagues to hear about the Egypt case study and the region. So go ahead, Yvonne, and you may now share your screen. I think you have the floor. Okay.
Thank you very much, Marisol, and good morning to everybody. Thank you also for the flexibility in terms of the organization of the agenda for this morning. So this morning, I will go into various different issues that we understand are of particular interest to you within Iraq, looking at the guidelines that are available, the issues of classification and management of these wastes, as well as the issue of national reporting under the Basel Convention. So without further ado, I'll go ahead and open up my presentation. Please let me know when you are able to see that on the screen. Is that visible to everybody?
Yes, we can see it.
Great. Okay, that's wonderful. Thank you. So, diving straight into our presentation, I'll be looking first of all at issues related to management of the waste, including issues for classification. Then we'll be looking at the management techniques and that are within some of the guidance documents that we have, and focusing at the end of the presentation on national reporting. So we touched on yesterday the issue of the importance of ensuring this environmentally sound management of waste oils, and what could be done with those, in particular certain elements of Mike's presentation were helpful in that regard. So turning to the issue of the different disposal operations you could have, there is a potential, depending on what waste you're dealing with, to have direct reuse, to have reprocessing, reclamation, or regeneration. And there was reference yesterday to the importance of having these analyses, having testing, having information about the composition of what waste oils you're dealing with. And that will be a recurring theme throughout this this presentation this morning. Because, of course, if we don't know what is the composition of what's in front of you, then it could lead to improper handling, disposal, storage, or treatment, and that can in turn damage human health and the environment. Just in terms of the language, to bear in mind that quite often there is an interchangeable use between waste oils, used oils, or spent oils. So you'll find that all three of those terms are used in the guidance documents that we have to hand. We mentioned yesterday that there are various codes under the Basel Convention that could be relevant for you when you're looking at waste oils. So the main one being in Annex 1 on the hazardous waste, category Y8, and that could be one of the main references that you're using. The problem that was raised yesterday was in terms of not having the information come through when you first receive it about the wastes, to be able to then report and identify correctly those waste oils. It could also be, if you're looking at a hazardous waste, that the code A3020. So maybe just to put some words to those, the Y8 entry is waste mineral oils, unfit for their original intended use, whereas the A3020 refers to the same text. So that could be one of the entries that you're looking at. And you could also identify it based on any hazardous characteristics that are in Annex 3. And the text you see in blue is within the fact sheet from the Basel Convention to give you an idea of the different classifications, the different codes that could be used to identify these waste oils. Turning to collection, and maybe just to clarify that we'll look at collection, storage, transport, transboundary movement, environmentally sound management under Basel, and we'll also then look at some of the Stockholm guidance and provisions that can help you. So the what you would be looking at within this context would be the first sub-bullet point. So looking more at collecting directly from the point of generation. So that could be directly from the oil fields. But you could also have a situation, thinking of some of the exchanges you had yesterday, where there is a collection from a point of storage. So that is another possibility in the circumstances before you. When you have this storage, we spoke yesterday about having appropriate licensing, permitting, or authorization for storage, and that would include, as part of that process for getting the license, permit, or authorization, having in place appropriate plans, assessing the storage facility to make sure that it's appropriate for the types of waste oils that are to be kept there. It also involves assessing how many what sort of quantities could be kept within that site, looking at what tanks and containers are available. So yesterday we were talking about high density plastic lining on certain storage containers. There should also be a regular inspection and maintenance to be sure that those measures that have been taken to avoid any leachate, to avoid any spills, are being maintained and regularly upgraded as needed. And of course, there is a possibility of having secondary containment. What we within the Secretariat advise, based on the guidance that parties have adopted, is that there should not be any mixing of waste oils. And again, this goes to the point of the composition of those oils and making sure that you avoid any lack of information about what is the composition, as well as avoiding any potentially extremely hazardous compositions by mixing oils that should not be mixed together. There is also looking at additional standards and guidelines that could be relevant to you, and some of you may have already seen the UN recommendations on transport of dangerous goods, which include the model regulations. And once we're done with the presentation, I'll just take you briefly to the website so that you can see where you can get that information. And that gives you information on packaging, on labeling, on the placards that need to go on, for example, the transportation for these waste oils when they're being taken from one site to another. There is the UN class identification of UN 3082, which could be relevant in these instances. We spoke yesterday about some of the documents that accompany the shipments. There should also be this emergency response information and the hazardous waste tracking documents. these kind of steps and preparation for the transport should also be mentioned within any plans that have been put in place beforehand. So that should already be in place, so that if there is and of course, we would try to prevent that as much as possible. But if there is any spill or any accident, that there can be a response as quickly as possible to minimize any adverse effects. And of course, it is important, this issue of communication between the different authorities again, to make sure that all are aware, and that if there is any spill, that can be contained and managed as quickly as possible. Perhaps making the distinction between transport and transboundary movement, within a Basel context, transboundary movement would refer to when you have more than one country involved, whereas transport could be, for example, from one governorate to another within Iraq. So the transboundary movement would be subject to the Basel prior informed consent procedure, whereas the transport within the country would not necessarily be subject to the Basel procedure, but there may be Iraqi procedures that are equivalent. The transboundary movements, we should look at reducing them to a minimum, so trying to manage those wastes as close as possible to where they're generated, as we spoke of yesterday, to be consistent with the environmentally sound management of the wastes, and to be conducted in a way that protects human health and the environment. You saw, or some of you may have seen, those who were able to participate in the game at the start of the morning, this waste hierarchy triangle. I must point out that within the Basel context, we do kind of put it upside down. So we look at having the priority being given to the best environmental outcome. So looking at, above all, trying to prevent generating any waste, then looking at, if you cannot prevent generating that waste, to minimize how much you generate, looking at reusing and recycling as much as possible, and then if that isn't possible, to have other recovery, and minimizing as much as possible what you cannot put for reuse, recycling, or other recovery, and having a final disposal. So that could be, for example, as incineration. Here we already start having the link with the Stockholm Convention, looking at the persistent organic pollutant content. So there we have various different waste oils that could have POPs within them. So we have the polychlorinated compounds, so PCBs, PCDDs, and PCDF, that could be found within those waste oils, and that really we need to pay attention to if we're looking at different options for the treatment of the waste oils. It is recommended that you look at various types of oils rather than other as options for regeneration, and that when you're using a waste oil as fuel, so if you're looking at using that waste oil within a plant to fuel the plant, that you do consider emissions to air and disposal of any residual wastes, so that you avoid any unintentional production of POPs chemicals. Looking to what was said yesterday in terms of the plans that would be in place for the facilities for the oil fields, it is important to think of a quality assurance system and any relevant performance standards that can be put in place. We also strongly recommend that there is a ban on open burning of waste, because that can be an inadvertent source of POPs. This being said, we again would make a distinction between open burning and recovery of waste oil as a fuel or a reductant. When you're using waste oil as a fuel, again, trying to prevent any unintentional production of other hazardous chemicals and wastes, to have in place a quality assurance system, to look at performance standards, so that you minimize as much as possible any emissions of harmful substances, and you ensure that you avoid as much as possible any equipment failure, so that there isn't any spillage as a result of that. There is a table there as an example. We within the Secretariat, we can provide examples. We would not necessarily give you a best practice as such, but we can give you examples of how things have been done elsewhere. So here you have an example of waste oil specifications for energy recovery. I would put a caveat on that it is from the US, which is not a party to the Basel Convention, but it can give you an idea of what you might wish to adopt within Iraq, also looking at what would be feasible given your national circumstances. It is also important to look at properly controlling co-processing of waste oil in cement kilns, and there are technical guidelines that could be of assistance to you. And we would strongly discourage the use of those waste oils for domestic uses. But it would seem that within the context that we're looking at in this particular instance, that would be less likely to occur. We talked yesterday about extended producer responsibility covering waste oils. You can also have ESM insured through looking at environmental management systems. There could also be national systems that are in place to help you, as well as other non-standardized systems. We know that there are, for example, some systems that have been developed by either industry standards, or there are other organizations that have systems in place that could be relevant to you. Looking at reuse and recycling, if we think back to the upside down pyramid we were looking at just a minute ago, and criteria that could be relevant to you when you're deciding which option is best. So you could consider to what extent the oil can be treated. You could consider any potential harm to human health and the environment, and they're looking at the impact of, for example, any spills, if there is any release, whether it's intentional or unintentional, and there you could think back to, for example, the information that Mike gave yesterday about the harm that was caused by release of the water-based drilling fuels, but not hazardousness. So that can also be an assessment that is made in terms of looking at which option is suitable in this instance. Economic factors could also come into the consideration. You'll remember one of the questions in the quiz this morning was elements that can be considered. So economic balance and market opportunities, transport requirement and costs, and there that's also linked to the point below about what treatment facilities are suitable and where they're located. Thinking, of course, to trying to manage the waste as close as possible to where they're generated. And to look at the processing not only of the waste oils, but also of any contaminants and byproducts. So what would be the byproducts of managing those wastes in those particular circumstances, and the issue of worker safety, so ensuring that you have sufficient personal protective equipment, ensuring that the workers are not exposed either to hazardous wastes and chemicals in solid, liquid, or gaseous form is extremely important. So maybe just to give a quick run through of some of the relevant Stockholm Convention provisions, that parties need to reduce releases from anthropogenic sources, which would include, of course, the gas and oil production of the chemicals listed in Annex C. So going back to that as it relates to waste oil refineries or oil and gas production, we would have, of course, the PCBs, the PCDDs, the PCDFs. And the waste oil refineries are a potential source for those releases. And when we're looking at, you have within the slide some examples of what could be those sources of unintentional production of POPs chemicals. So it can be the hydraulic oils, it could be the engine lubricant, it could be the cutting oils. Of course, we've mentioned the drilling fuels that could also come into play within this context, but of course that would be within the context of intentional production rather than unintentional. So looking at unintentional POPs, how they could be formed and released when it comes to the refineries, it's important to note that there isn't, as far as the evidence that's available at the moment, there isn't information about new formations. So in terms of the input then leading through those processes to new UPOPs being formed. However, they can be released within the processes in these plants. So it would be a transformation from the chemicals that are already present in those waste oils, either by contamination in the synthesis process or contamination during the use phase or earlier recycling processes. So it may well be that if you have various different processes being undertaken for the same set of waste oil, at some stage there could be either a contamination or a process that then leads to transformation of those chemicals into something more hazardous. And there are other sources that could be relevant to the context you're looking at. It is also important to look at when you are reusing that waste oil to avoid any unintentional release. For example, if you have a mix of asphalt, to avoid that you are then releasing further POPs into the environment or exposing the population to those POPs as a result of that transformation and treatment of the waste to reconvert it into a usable material. We do have BAT-BEP guidance, and I will show that on the screen once we come to the end of the presentation. And that does give these two main options for how you can treat the waste oils. So we've already talked about a little bit reusing as a fuel or a reductant, and thinking of some of the treatments. There was a question this morning about going into a little more detail of what operations could be relevant. So some of the examples that are given in the Stockholm Convention guidance are, thermal cracking and gasification, but there are also other milder treatments that could be relevant. We just looked at reconverting the waste oil into something that can be reused or used as a base oil, so the re-refining. And there is a detailed, or more of a detailed section within the guidance that gives you more information about how that could be done. The guidance also does refer to how different re-refining treatments may differ depending on the technology that is used. So some of the examples that it gives are pre-treatment to remove water and sediments. There was some of the reference to that yesterday in our discussions. Looking at cleaning, which could be distillation, solvent extraction, addition of acids, for example. Fractionation and finishing. So those are some of the examples, and we'll look into the guidance in a minute. The guidance does also, as we said a minute ago, give some of the waste oils that could be used for regeneration and treatment of.
Please,
Yes.
Yes, we have a problem with translation.
I'm sorry. Do we just need a minute for?
It's okay. It's okay. You can proceed. You can proceed. It's okay.
And then going back to the issue of treatments of waste oils other than re-refining. So this second point that could be looked at. And again, one thing that we would emphasize is that this is part of the assessment that would be done in terms of what is the most suitable option in the circumstances you have in front of you. It's not to say there is one answer that suits all. It would be an assessment, and this would be part of the planning process. So you could have, in terms of other treatments, different burning applications. You could have cleaning and transformation treatments as other options. So there could be waste oils that are contaminated, but they are not, at the moment, on the information that we have available to us, newly formed in waste oil refineries, although these refineries are a distribution source rather than a formation source. So you can have the POPs chemicals coming into the waste refineries and then being further distributed rather than being formed within those refineries. And it's important to make sure that there is a low POP content within those waste oils. I will go into the BAT-BEP guidance, but if I could ask you just to bear with me for a few minutes. We have the Basel Convention guidance, as well as the issue of national reporting to look at. In terms of the, so we'll go on to the Stockholm website and this particular page in just a minute. But in terms of the Basel Convention guidance, you have a guidance on classification of wastes for preparation of inventories that could be particularly of assistance to you. You have a whole plethora of different guidelines that could help. A quick reference could be this fact sheet that also does the cross-reference to all the other more detailed documents. But that does bring together for you in a neat format these issues of classification, collection, storage, transport, TBM, ESM, extended producer responsibility, and certification and auditing systems. So that is, let's say, a first port of call. And then it gives you links to other documents that give you more detail. These are some of the documents that I just referred to, as well as some of the ones we looked at yesterday on the convention website under the publications tab in implementation. So I'll quickly run back to that at the end of the presentation as well. So we'll come back to where you can find more details within these resources in just a minute. I'll change track and look very closely at the issue of national reporting, because of course this is also linked to questions of classification, of inventorization, of how what you have in terms of hazardous wastes and other wastes within Iraq. Iraq has been very good at providing its national reports, and those are available on the convention website. But maybe just to explain a little to those who are not necessarily the focal point and may not have been involved in this process before, and also to look at how you could then coordinate the collection of that information so that when it comes in, you do already have the codes identified, or further information that then facilitates the national report afterwards. So the reporting obligations are listed within paragraph 3 of Article 13. And it includes various information like the contacts, the amounts of imports and exports, disposals that didn't proceed as intended, information on measures adopted to implement the convention. So some of the national laws that you were referring to in your group discussions, as well as the presentations earlier on in the workshop. Accidents, disposal options, so that looks at the facilities, for example, within those tables 2 and table 3. So there's quite a wealth of information that's sought. That information is sent each year at the end of each calendar year for the year before. And there is an electronic system that we looked at yesterday on the website. The questionnaire, there is a questionnaire that needs to be filled in, for which the focal point has access, and there's a manual as well as a benchmark report. And the benchmark report is intended to give examples of how parties have provided complete and on-time national reports in the past, so that it's easier for Iraq or any other country to know what information is sought, how to collect that information, which stakeholders need to be consulted, or from which stakeholders the information could be collected, who is involved in that process. The Secretariat is also available to support you in the submission of the national report. What we do is, when we receive the notification saying the focal point is clicked to submit the national report, we then do a check. If there's information that isn't clear or that needs further clarification, we liaise with the focal point. And my colleague, I can certainly put you in contact with her, Melissa Lim. She provides the specific assistance when it comes to national reporting under the Basel Convention. There are the previously submitted national reports that are available online. We saw them yesterday. And there is a whole host of resources to support you. There is a national reporting dashboard where you can see a compilation of the different responses that parties have provided. So that can also help with knowing what information needs to go there. As we were referring to yesterday and today, there is this guidance on development of inventories that can help with not only the national reporting, but also managing the stockpiles, managing the generation of wastes, so that you are able to compile that information and to use it afterwards, and in that way to have a better knowledge of what is within the Iraqi territory, and how to manage that, whether it can be managed within Iraq or whether it needs to go elsewhere for managing. There is the guidance, the benchmark report. There is also a publication that we have produced twice now called Waste Without Frontiers, and that gives you really an overview of what the different movements are, which different waste streams are going where. So that's interesting to give you an oversight. And so I think with that, I will just stop sharing this. And if I could ask you to maybe bear with me for a minute, and I will take you to the website pages so that you can see where that information is available. So I'll just move to perhaps the Stockholm BAT and BEP guidance first. And I'm certainly happy to provide this link to the participants afterwards, if they don't already have it. But you can also find this within the implementation section. And there is a section on BAT and BEP. You can see the trail here in terms of you go to implementation, and then you go down to the BAT and BEP section, and it would be within that section. What I would suggest is, when it comes to refineries, at the very bottom of the page, there is this guideline on BAT-BEP, the 2019-2021 updates, which then takes you down to, if you go to this 6M, that gives you specific information on waste oil refineries. And I've already opened that up, and you can see there that there is significant information, both in text and in diagram format, on what was just presented to you. So it gives you options for treatment of waste oil. It also, you have there some examples of the different components that you could find. So if you were doing your chemical analysis at the oil field, you might want to take a look at that to see if you want to have a particular search for or analyze for specific compounds. It also gives you this diagram on possible treatments and classification. But you also have this table on the evaluation of environmental performance of different processes. So these are all examples that...
Sorry.
Yes?
We have not any translation.
Please let me know when I can.
Okay, tamam.
Okay.
It's okay. It's okay.
Yes. No.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. So that is one of the resources that you could call on. If I move to the Basel Convention, here again, if you go under the implementation tab, there is a section on environmentally sound management. And what I would like to show you is the ESM toolkit, which contains the fact sheet I was referring to earlier on, and I'll just maybe share that one with you, because that is also extremely helpful. Sorry, I'll just trying to access that that document. However, I don't seem to be able to have it to hand. So I'll leave that one there. It was just to try and help the participants understand a little bit where this information could be found. But there is, again, a lot of information that's available, and it is quite detailed to go into at this point in time. But as I say, there is not only myself, but also a whole host of colleagues who are available to help you here, who can give you scientific, technical, legal policy support, send you documents, respond to specific questions. So we're more than happy to carry on this discussion and to make these available to all of the participants. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Yvonne. That was a very good overview, I think, of resources that are available. Yes?
Marisol, please, we have questions from Mr. Mohammed.
Yes, yes. I was going to turn to some questions. Okay, please go ahead.
Okay, sorry.
السؤال من ثلاثة.
Question from it's a three-phase question for the same topic, the refinery waste oil. The first part is, what do you mean exactly by refinery waste oil? Do you mean lubricating oil or necessary for or engine oil necessary for refinery operation, or what other oils do you mean? We need to be specific here. Second is, in your presentation, you mentioned that part of the recycling options is to use them in the cement factories. Do you mean that to converting them into fuel with its high heavy metal content in cement factories in Iraq? They don't have air pollution treatment units, and they are inefficient, and they're always having problems. So in case of mixing these fuel oils with these waste oils, with its high sulfur content, if we mix it with these used oils, which have heavy metals, this would be causing a bigger problem with, instead of a liquid, controllable liquid contamination, to air contamination or air pollution that can be spread to a wider a wide spread of pollution. This would be a bigger problem. The third question is part of the national Iraqi decrees of number 3 of 2015 regarding handling hazardous material. A mechanism was set for handling empty drums and to dispose of oils, and we mean the lubricating oils and not specialist
فقط lubricating oil يتم غسلها
or residues. This should be washed by surfactants for 3 times at least, and this liquid would be collected and discharged into the industrial water discharge units in the refinery. So how do you see this? Because the treatment of these drums, this is only lubricating oil, and I would repeat, they should be washed 3 times with surfactants, and the residue would be collected and would be discharged into the wastewater treatment plant in case they are there, such as in the Dora refinery. There is a complete and integrated wastewater treatment plant, and elsewhere So if there is a treatment plant in the refinery, so what do you think about this treatment mechanism? Thank you. يمكن sorry.
Invite Mike to weigh in if he would like. Okay, so Yvonne, please go ahead.
Okay, great, thank you. And maybe just to take each question at a time. In terms of what is classed as the used oil or waste oil, what we look at is what has been included within the guidance. And so the guidance stays quite generic when it comes to what is included. It says, for example, within the Basel Convention technical guidelines, which I must highlight are quite from quite some time ago. They were adopted in 1995. So there is likely to have been significant development that is not necessarily reflected in this document. But what the document covers is it says it refers to used oil as any semi-solid or liquid used product consisting totally or partially of mineral oil or synthesized hydrocarbons, oily residues from tanks, oil-water mixtures.
Yvonne, can you go slower, please? Sorry, can you go slower? Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so it refers to any semi-solid or liquid used product consisting totally or partially of totally or partially of mineral oil or synthesized hydrocarbons, so synthetic oils, oily residues from tanks, oil-water mixtures, and emulsions. And there's a similar definition within the Stockholm guidance that refers to waste oils including any petroleum-based or synthetic oil that has been used. So the guidance is quite generic when it comes to what is considered as a waste oil, and so it's meant to be quite wide-ranging, and you may find that what applies for one particular waste oil from a source might not apply for another. In terms of the cement kilns, absolutely, and I take on board the point, which is a very, very valid point. And that was also why there was the mention during the presentation of the need to look at the national circumstances and to look at what kind of facilities you have. It was not for the production of cement necessarily. It's more that the example is given of incineration in a cement kiln. And of course, if there are not the correct filters to ensure that those emissions are avoided, then that should not be considered as an option. So, of course, the idea would not be to have an incineration that then leads to, as the participant just mentioned, a bigger problem. The intention would be, if you have the correct technology to be able to capture and to dispose of appropriately those POPs, be they intentionally or unintentionally produced, then that could be considered as an option. But of course, if you have a facility where there isn't then a possibility of capturing the POPs, of making sure that those dioxins and furans are managed appropriately and not released into the environment, then that should not be considered as an option. So the important thing there, I think, would be to look through the different options within the guidance and to see if, given the facilities that are available to you, if there are suitable disposal options within those that are described in the guidance. Turning lastly to the issue of the washing the drums and then discharge, that again speaks to the point of capturing. And again, the guidance doesn't go into this amount of detail. It does stay quite high level. And so it's excellent to see that Iraq has already adopted specific regulation and measures to make sure that there isn't that discharge into either the environment, waters, or otherwise. So in terms of the guidance from either the Basel or the Stockholm side, it doesn't go into that amount of detail, but it does give you some, let's say, more general overview of how that could be done. And again, it's a question of looking at what would be most appropriate for Iraq and what are the facilities that are available to Iraq to avoid any discharges, any emissions, any releases, and to make sure that those wastes and chemicals are managed as best as possible.
Thanks, Yvonne, for those comprehensive answers. Are there any other further questions from the floor?
Marisol, did you want me to maybe make a few observations on the points raised?
Absolutely. Please go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, thank you. This issue of disposing of hazardous waste, possibly oily waste within cement kilns, it is a scientific topic which is under review, under debate. I would say the international scientific community were a little bit divided on this particular topic, and I myself have done some work on disposal of hazardous waste within cement kilns, indeed in Egypt, and I think we have a presentation coming up from colleagues in Egypt maybe later in the program. The points that Yvonne made are on point. They're absolutely correct that it has to be done with all due processes in place for gas emission control, because otherwise, as was mentioned, you're turning a liquid or a solid waste problem into an atmospheric waste problem. Some of the attraction of using cement kilns, and it depends very much on the design of the kiln and the operation of the kiln, is potentially attractive because of the extremely high operating temperatures within the kiln. That is attractive, and also the longer residence time within the burn time, as it were. That's also longer than a standard incinerator, and again is attractive. So it really boils down to what emissions are coming out of the stack. And in places such as Egypt, in other countries, there are pilot trial activities ongoing, whereby the monitoring is ongoing, and then we're generating a body of scientific data to determine, is this, as it were, best available technology, or are we simply converting one waste type into another? So as I say, the scientific jury, as it were, is still out on this topic, but there are a number of very good high-level documents, some of which produced by the United Nations, which are very good source material if this is a serious consideration going forward. So that's my view on the use of cement kilns, is proceed, but with caution. Marisol, I'll hand it back to you at that point.
So while I have you on camera, Mike, I would like to ask you on what Yvonne had presented on the waste oils. And Yvonne, please also feel free to come in again, because I just, in case that there are some further questions amongst the participants. So the guidelines on waste oils, as Yvonne mentioned, is is dated 1995. So there might be a need within the parties to actually update that, those guidelines. But the reference to waste oils, I mean, is that something that is also applicable in the upstream oil and gas sector, or is that mainly a predominantly, let's say, waste stream downstream in the oil and gas sector?
Okay. Yeah, within the upstream sector, we've looked at a range of chemicals and products being used on the drilling platforms, on the rigs. There's a lot of lubricants being used, hydrocarbon-based lubricants. We've talked also about the drilling fluids and the oil-based matrix of a lot of the fluids being used. But yeah, certainly upstream, it's an environmental challenge. It's a waste stream which does need proper management. But yeah, I would say it's not one of the primary concerns. We've talked about the big waste issues are going to be produced waters, the muds and the cuttings. Of course, if you get uncontrolled discharge of hydrocarbons, if you get spills and what have you, as does often happen, then the hydrocarbon from a resource then quickly becomes a waste product. So a lot of my experience of dealing with waste oils upstream has tended to be more on the accidental release side of things, perhaps during transportation of the crude product. And indeed, in Iraq, our colleague Hassan and myself, we did work on addressing oil spills, remediating oil spills, because, you know, a spill is one step removed from being a waste product. So we were looking at those issues. So I'd say it's definitely something for attention, definitely something for review. And most typically, the larger problems would relate to accidental spills, breakages in the welding of the pipelines, spillages at the point of transfer. So certainly it is something for attention.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. And again, Yvonne, I mean, feel free to jump in if you would like to add more. I just wanted to clarify that for our participants, because one of the things that was raised by our government counterparts is that there are a number of oily wastes that they are dealing with in the upstream sector that is not necessarily being addressed in the guidelines provided by the BRS convention. And so they are having a hard time classifying and identifying, classifying these type of mixed oily wastes in the upstream sector.
Yeah, on that point, and I might be off target here, but my short period of time in Iraq, a lot of the oily waste residual problems were contained in very substantial holding ponds covering several hectares. So it's a legacy problem. It's a mixture of waste oils, but predominantly from my experience, and I would be happy to be corrected, where we were working at the time and looking at various oil fields, predominantly this waste oil which was being stored in the lagoons was waste oil that had been, as it were, conveyed via suction tanker and transported to these lagoons, predominantly, from my observation, from oil spills along the pipelines. And it did resonate with me from my decades in Nigeria. A lot of the pipeline failures were as a result of, let's say, criminal activity. So multiple small spills and the authorities not really knowing how to treat the spilled product, and most of which is being stockpiled in very substantial lagoons. That being the case, it's predominantly crude hydrocarbons, not too much chemical mixing, then the most obvious and immediate route of treatment would be some of the things that we were doing in the case studies, which would be large-scale bioremediation, land farming type approaches. But again, that's dependent upon the source and the nature of the waste oils. If you've got a lot of mixing with chemicals, for example, it wouldn't render it suitable for bioremediation. If it's predominantly crude in nature, which was a lot of what we were looking at, then absolutely it would lend itself to bioremediation. And we're going to talk in more detail about these disposal options later in the course.
Thank you, Mike. Are there any other further questions? I'll take one or two more before we ask our Egypt-based colleagues to to present on their experiences. I see somebody's hand up in the room. Can you just introduce yourself, please, as well, so that we know who's speaking?
حسام عبد المطلب هاشم مسؤول شعبة التلوث.
Hassan Abdul Muttalib in Ministry of Health and Environment. Can you hear me? Yeah. I was speaking, so you didn't hear me before. Okay.
Please go ahead.
نعم. حسام عبد المطلب هاشم.
Hassan Abdul Muttalib Hashim, the oil contamination sector in the Ministry of Health and Environment. My question in the presentation, in the part relating to storage, it was mentioned that there shouldn't be any mixing of waste, of oil wastes. So what do you mean by that, and what is the target? What is the reason for that?
Would you like me to go straight ahead? Okay, all right, thank you. So the intention behind the issue of mixing is more in terms of being aware of what is the composition of the waste oils that you have within the storage containment unit. So if it's more a question of there is full knowledge of what substances you would be mixing, and that wouldn't lead to a subsequent reaction that could be hazardous or harmful, then that could be an option that you see as viable. The guidelines do recommend not mixing when it comes to storage, because of the risks that are involved in potentially having a subsequent reaction between the different substances that would go into that storage containment. So that was all that the intention was to say that there is an additional risk in terms of not knowing what goes in terms of not knowing what could be the reaction between what is being added to the storage. So it again, these are guidelines, and so if you assess the risk and you assess that there is not likely to be a reaction between the substances that you are mixing, and you are aware of what is the composition, that could be an option that you see as viable. But the general approach is that it can be quite risky to mix different kinds of waste oils, particularly because often we're not entirely sure what exactly are the chemical compounds that are within each of the different types of waste oils.
Marisol, I would add, if I may, Yvonne's absolutely correct in terms of the guidance, and we need to follow that guidance to the extent possible. However, it's my experience from the oil sector that if you have a holding basin, as we've observed in the northern oil fields of Iraq, very large holding basins, the reality is pretty much everything goes in it. So waste oils, tank bottom sludges, oil-based materials, pretty much everything historically has gone into these holding basins. So the reality is, in terms of legacy waste, there is a high degree of mixing going on in these basins, in these holding tanks. If not presently and going forward, then I think certainly historically that has been the case. And we were hearing from some of the national presenters earlier quite often with these large lagoons, the approach is that you can get contractors with suction vehicles to, as it were, skim off the purer hydrocarbon off the surface of the lagoons, possibly for reuse, reinjection, resale, predominantly for reuse. And then at the end of the day, your next problem is, having potentially dealt with the liquids, you're going to be dealing with the sludges. And that's where the problem might come in, that ordinarily, if it's not mixed, most of these sludges are going to lend themselves very well to bioremediation. However, if we've got a lot of mixtures of chemicals, perhaps pH, perhaps high salinity, then that proves problematic for our bioremediation. So just some thoughts there, Marisol. Thanks.
Thanks, Mike. And I think if you can keep that in mind when you present your various treatment options, like what to do with that type of mixed waste, in these holding ponds, legacy waste that's mixed, like sludges. So just keep that in mind, because I'm sure that's in the minds of all of our participants, because this is what the type of waste they are in fact dealing with. Any further questions from the floor? Or maybe we can take more questions once we hear more from our Egypt colleagues. Okay.
ممكن بس يعني من خلال عرض الإيفونا أني
Can I ask, through the presentation of Yvonne, I recorded a remark that she was talking about cross-border transport. She was clarifying that Basel is okay.
إنه النقل يعني
The transporting, according to Basel, across borders, we don't apply it internally, so cross borders only. Whereas within the governorates, we had we mentioned it. So we have some forms that to be filled for transport according to so it's different than the other forms. So my question is, does Yvonne mean that the forms of transportation applied by under Basel should they be applied internally, because we have different forms and we have to have license for transporting, so there has to be some conditions fulfilled.
Okay, thank you. And thank you. That's a very important point to clarify. So the Basel forms do not have to be used within the country. It was merely to give the example that some countries do choose to have those forms within the country as well. But of course, what is set up in Iraqi law is what would apply. And so if you have forms that you use for transport within or between the governorates, that is not to say that these are to be replaced with the Basel forms. The Basel forms are for transboundary between different countries. So for the transport within and between the governorates, please continue using the forms as you had previously. It does not change the permitting system or any licensing system that you have in place. It was merely as an example. So the Basel procedures would apply and the Basel forms would apply for transboundary movement rather than a transport within Iraq. Thank you.
Okay. But they are, of course, there to use as guidelines if you wish internally, but then they have to they apply their own national regulations. So thank you. Thank you, Yvonne. Thank you very much for that presentation and also inputs from Mike. I think that's already getting our conversations even richer and richer. So I would like to now turn to our colleagues in the region and based in Egypt. We do have two presentations, but what I will suggest is we start with one and then we will take a break.
Marisol,
Yes.
please, I believe you forgave this a break. We can take 10
Okay.
minutes or 15 minutes.
Okay, yeah. So that's what I wanted to ask. We can take a break now, and then we will continue with the two Egypt presentations after the break. Okay. So now it's 10:40 your time, and then we can take until 11 o'clock your time. 11 o'clock your time to, and then we can start with the two Egypt presentations. Okay. So but we will
Okay, thank you.
start on time, so please, I give you a little bit more time, but we will start immediately at 11. Okay, thanks.
Oh, okay.
Hello, welcome back. Uh, Amanda. I don't
Hi.
see the video from the hall.
Pardon?
Do you see the video from the hall? Like from the, do you get visuals from the?
No, I mean, I get it sporadically. It's not all the time. So I don't see, I don't have visual of the main hall or the speakers all the time. It just
Oh, okay.
it keeps in and out. Okay, now I
You
have
see it?
now I have the visual.
Okay.
For example.
Yes, I see
Okay.
it.
Marisol, we can start now, okay?
Excellent. Thank you, everyone, for being in the room on time. Thank you. I hope you had a good coffee and tea break and managed to stretch and get some fresh air. So with this, I would like to introduce then the speakers that we have from Egypt. And then I will turn over to Chidima for facilitating the section. So I would like to call on Ms. Dr. Abdel Hakim El Alawi, who represents the Basel Convention Regional Center for the Arab States. So please go ahead, and I will turn now to my colleague Chidima to facilitate the session. Thank you, Chidima.
Thanks, Marshall. Hello, Dr. Hakim.
بسم الله صباح الخير.
Good morning. Can you hear me properly? Is the voice clear? Thank you. I would like to share my presentation with you. Can you see the presentation?
Dr. Hakim, if you don't mind. Is this okay?
now هل هو واضح الآن؟
Yes, we see it now.
Can you see it now? In the name of God, we today will have a practical case study for cross-border transportation according to the Basel Convention. I have the honor to present myself, Dr. Abdel Hakim Al-Adawi in the tax authorities and the consultant at the regional Basel Center, and I know most of the people attending as I have visited Iraq before through the UNDP project directed to the environment and tax authorities in Iraq. The reason or the target or goal of this presentation is to show the cross-border transportation outside Egypt for the disposal, and we also would like to show you the practical steps that we have implemented through the project, through the inventory, the storage, the transportation, and the follow-up, the practical under a code for the Egyptian authorities, which is Egypt MITBOX, which targets discharging the wastes with the multi-chlorine materials from Egypt to France through Italy and Spain as transit countries to dispose the the comprehensive
زي ما احنا شايفين على الخريطة. I'm sorry.
I just asked him to slow down because he's speaking very quickly. Sorry. So according to the map or the presentation in front of you, is the shipment that is required to be disposed of goes out of Egypt as an exporting country to France as a transit country to France through transit countries that are Italy and Spain. The project is divided into two steps, main steps.
If you can enlarge your presentation.
نعم.
Yeah, I don't see, it's not moving.
الشاشة كبيرة، يعني أنا جايبها على وضعية العرض. أنا محوله بالفعل لبرزنتيشن.
Yes.
بعد
So
كده
it's
واضح.
moving. Yes, but expand. Can you please tell him to expand the thing? Wait. Dr. Abkim, are you speaking?
He's not speaking. I'm trying to tell him where to click on the presentation, but I don't know if he's getting it.
Doesn't find the.
I can't hear him. I'm not sure if he's there. Disappeared on the screen as well.
You log out and log back in, or I think, or refresh your browser. Yes, we see you.
حاضر.
Yes, we see you now.
هل واضح الآن؟
We see you can go ahead.
بالنسبة لل
As for the first step is divided into two stages that go side by side, which is the diagnosis. So we had to have a team of the project to identify the areas that have the contaminated oils with PCPs that are in 5 different places in Egypt. The second that is accompanied at the same time is the preparation for transportation across border for these wastes. The first step, which is the diagnosis and inventory that required, as we said, the movement of the team to 5 areas that had the transformers that contained the waste oils, 2 of which were in Cairo and 3 in Alexandria. The first site was the Egyptian Iron and Steel Company, which included 117,550 kilograms of oils and transformers. And as we see in the pictures, the transformers were all old and were stored in very bad conditions to the extent that they rusted, which made them erode. The bodies of the transformers were eroded and leaked the oils. The second site was that the Industrial and Mining Project Authority in Cairo, and we targeted 17,600 kilograms of contaminated oils and transformers. As you see, the bad storage where the transformers were located. The third site is the copper industry in Alexandria, and it targeted 16,000 kilograms of the oils and transformers. And as you see, it is very bad storage areas that led to catastrophes due to the spills and stealing the oils and leaving the transformers in the air. And then the fourth is the Prakta paper industry, which targeted 12,190 kilograms of oils and transformers and rusted transformers. The fifth is the Siyuf for spinning and weaving, and it targeted 5,600 kilograms of oils contaminated with PCBs and transformers as solid wastes. The time for the procedures for the inventory and the storage places for wastes and hazardous wastes, the cross-border procedures was going on, which started with a company, an Egyptian company called EcoConserve, and this company is the company that will collect all these wastes and will start exporting it to France, to Abrochem, which is a French company that is specialized in disposing of these wastes, these type of wastes, because not all companies deal with the same type of waste. So this company had the technology, the sound, environmentally sound disposal means, and Abrochem was the company that would dispose of the wastes. The contract was signed between EcoConserve and Abrochem, and this is a purely legal contract that shows the rights and obligations and states explicitly that the disposal should be done in an environmentally sound procedure according to the conventions, the international conventions and the international legislations. And once the contract was signed and completed, the exporting company, EcoConserve, contacted the authorities in Egypt, represented in the Ministry of Environment, and presented the contract. The Ministry of Environment made sure that the contract was sound and issued what is called a notification, or a notification which is issued by the Ministry of Environment to the Ministry of Environment in the disposing country and the Ministry of Environment in the transit countries. So we sent to them the notification to take leave that there is a shipment of waste that will be going to France through Spain and Italy, which are the transit countries for this hazardous shipment. The second step is France. They had to respond to the Ministry of Environment in Egypt in accepting or rejecting. So this acceptance or refusal should be done written. So they have also to confirm that the contract is sound legally and approved, and that the company Aprokim is a registered company within the Ministry of Environment, that they are authorized to discharge or these types of chemicals. Thus, then the Ministry of Environment in Egypt would issue the transport or movement form to be issued by the ministry. After the preparation of the shipment was done and moved from the Alexandria port to Italy, and from Italy to Spain, then from Spain to France, to Aprokim company. Once the company receives the shipment, they send 2 copies of the movement document to confirm that they have received the shipment. So one of the copies goes to EcoConserve, and the second goes to the Ministry of Environment for hazardous wastes, that they have received the shipment. There is a last stage after the disposal. Aprokim sends a confirmation of disposal of the generator or to the generator or the EcoConserve and the Ministry of Environment. If the ministry does not receive this confirmation, the ministry sends the Ministry of Environment in France to ask to make sure that the shipment was disposed of, and to make sure, and informs the generator and the Ministry of Environment. Step 2, after we finish all the other stages, the diagnosis and issuing the notification document, we had 3 steps. The first is the preparation. We imported specialized equipment from France in the drums to receive the oil wastes, and pumps specialized to pump the oils from the transformers and putting them into the drums. These drums are standard and approved by the UN, and metal boxes as well, to have these drums installed and to be shipped on vehicles and then transported to the ports. This is the pumping of the oil from the old transformers and then put into these blue drums. This is done as we see in the bottom picture. This ground is open. However, the transformers and the drums should be put on a plastic cover to avoid any spillage that could happen when the oils are being pumped. So it is like a huge carpet, so any spilling would avoid having it reach the soil. After the filling of the drums and with these oils from the transformers, they are being loaded into the standard containers and are being loaded and stuffed in a certain way and put in the empty into the empty spaces. We have wooden barriers so that while loading onto ships they wouldn't move. That would lead to catastrophes or spillage. And the transformers as well are put in a certain way within the containers, and then from the open containers, which is different than the other containers. These are the containers have no tops or no covers because the transformers are huge, as we see. Then all the labels are being put for the transportation according to the UN to show the hazards of these oils or waste in the container. Then the container is being closed. During the transporting or the shipping of the containers, there has to be a committee from the tax authorities to be present, because if there are no taxes or employees of the customs during the loading, when it goes to the port, they have to open the containers. So we suggested that because we cannot open the containers in the port, so a committee from the customs authorities should come to the site and make sure that of the number and the way that it was shut or closed, and the labels, and would close it himself and seal it himself with a customs seal. And we used here the electronic seal, and this is very useful to monitor the containers and follow them up to know and to follow up where it moves from Cairo to and Alexandria, and that the containers went through the right routes instead of having any spillages inside Egypt for unauthorized or illegal spillage, or using these equipment. So using these electronic equipment, we follow the containers from the point of departure till the point they port. After the containers reach the port of Alexandria as the exporting port, then the customs authorities take their procedures. That's why we say that the discharge of the disposal has to be done with a complete coordination between the two authorities, the Ministry of Environment and the customs. So to move to the ports, there has to be emergency procedures to be taken, and this shipping or transportation, the Ministry of Transportation should know, the armed forces, the roads, the civil protection, all these authorities have to know about the route and to take approvals, and the ambulance and firefighters were and quick intervention were accompanying the shipment just in case an accident happens, which would lead to spillage, which might cause an environment catastrophe or Hazard.
3 minutes to wrap up, please. Thank you.
تمام يا فندم. بعد ما اتخذنا الإجراءات ديت
After we take these procedures and the shipment has been taken to the Alexandria port, the customs authorities had to see all the documents, the movement document, and the notification, and the shipping to a known area, which is the dangerous goods inspection area. And then after the confirmation that the documents are the same as the shipment, and in case there is any discrepancy, the shipment is returned, and then if they are identical, then it is released to be loaded on the ship and returning to the and going to the disposal country. And then the disposal, Aperkim receives it. Aperkim was in charge of the disposal, and they started disposing by burning at a very high temperature, incineration, and then removing it by the PCBs, high level of PCBs. After the disposal, the movement was signed by the company to confirm that the disposal was done. As for the condition or the situation in Iraq, so the law on protection and improvement of environment for 2009, it is prohibited to deal, bring, bury, sink, store, or eliminate the dangerous or radical wastes unless accepted or allowed if there are safe environment procedures taking, as Iraq accepts importing and exporting and transiting and even disposal within Iraq. And this is really very dangerous. The fourth article, the fourth item in Article 20 says that the dangerous or wastes should not be transferred unless they have been approved. So Iraq can be a transit country in this case. I hope that this presentation was clear, and I'm ready for any questions. Thank you very much.
For this wonderful presentation on the transportation of waste in Egypt. I'll open the floor for questions now. Do we have any questions from the audience?
نعم.
Mike, I see you, but hold on.
سؤال من ثلاثة.
Yes, please. It's also a three-part question. First, I would Dr. Abdul Hakim said that the sources of PCBs from steel, copper, and paper and textile factories. So what about electric power plants and distribution plants, which are the main source of PCBs? Have they been treated before in this case, or they haven't been mentioned as a source, given that they are one of the primary sources of PCBs, the electrical power plants. Second, is it possible, in case that the transformer is not harmful, can they be emptied from the PCBs and then filled with cooling oils, the types that have been produced after 1984, which did not include PCBs and which are eco-friendly? if the transformer is not harmed? Can the PCBs be emptied and then refilled with other oils and then sent in the shipment as we saw in the case studies? Third question is, can these PCBs be incinerated in the hazardous medical wastes, which have temperatures such as about 1200 degrees, and also on condition that they include air pollution treatment solutions such as the electrostatic separators or the airbags, or in cement kilns. They can be mixed with wastes in case these cement kilns or cement factories have the air pollution controls and the electrostatic separators and the filter bags.
مهمة جدا جدا.
Yes, these are very important questions. The first question on the transformers in electric power plants. This part has been applied in phase 2 of the project. Phase 1 included a number of power plants or factories, and the second phase included the rest of the factories or plants that include such type of transformers, such as the electrical power plants, and we followed the same disposal methods that I explained in the presentation. Regarding the second question on the transformers, which are not harmed, I mean, they're not affected and not rusty, that are still in operation, project experts actually objected to this, and they said that the transformers themselves are contaminated, regardless of being affected or not, but they are contaminated with the PCBs, and they should have been disposed of. And as I told you, the transformers have been disposed of. The cutter, the plastic sheets, the tarp that have been put on the ground as an insulator, and the PPEs, the gloves, all of these have been disposed of, and this is known as the solid waste in the shipments sent for disposal. I cannot have a transformer and take its PCB PCB contaminated oils and then use them otherwise. The third question had to do with whether they can be disposed of in medical waste incinerators. In Egypt, we have cement factories, and we could send these oils in cement kilns, incinerators, which are very common in Egypt, but the project experts also proved that there is a risk because the existing cement kilns exist in residential areas and not in suburban or desert areas. Actually, they started as so, but then the urban sprawl extended to these areas, and so the incineration might have led to side effects that would be harmful to the residents around them. So they suggested that they should be sent abroad for disposal. And in all cases, if there is any country that have the disposal technology, why would I do the TBM? If I have this disposal technology, I wouldn't need to send it abroad. But a country wouldn't send its wastes to dispose of them TBM unless if it doesn't have these methods for sound disposal of such waste. I hope I have answered all your questions. Does anyone have any other questions?
Thank you.
any other question?
السلام عليكم. بالبداية
Hello, I would like to send my greetings to Dr. Abdul Hakim. Hello, Ms. Isra. We're actually lucky to have you because we always learn from you. Thank you. It's my honor. It's my honor to be here. Yeah. So, Dr. Abdul Hakim, I have a couple questions about the topic, and first is the license for the TBM of hazardous waste. This Egypt experience. Did you have any difficulty regarding the licensing from the transit countries? We had some issues that we are still encountering these issues regarding the transit countries, and how did Egypt overcome this problem? And I know that some of the transit countries haven't licensed and that there is no it's not necessary to respond to the notifications. And then for a second question is that the internal safety procedures and until the shipment arrived in France. So what measures that we need to follow in case of exporting hazardous wastes? Because what measures should be taken for safety, for emergency, and what are the equipment, the transporting vehicles, the anything that has to do with the transportation and the shipment. And another thing is the customs and the environment. Maybe it has to do with specific programs or customs classification, or is it just an administrative thing? The customs on the border, do they have their own classification? Is there any communication between them and the Ministry of Environment to facilitate the transportation? What's Egypt's experience in this regard? Thank you. Okay, for the first question, as far as I remember, and it has to do with the licensing and the response to the notifications and the documents from the transit countries, we haven't had any problems because the project actually covered all this. The project knew which company would be doing the shipment and which company would be doing the disposal, and they had connections with the ministries of environment in the transit countries. So it was actually very organized, and the authorizations were ensured, actually. Maybe other countries would reject, and part of my presentation, which actually I didn't go through in order not to be long, the Abrochem company, when they received the notification regarding the percentage of PCBs in the oils, they refused to dispose of this shipment in France. Can anybody hear me? Okay. Okay, can you hear me now, Mike? Yeah, because it went blank all of a sudden for a while. And so Abrochem had a branch in Spain, so they sent these shipments to be disposed of in Spain. So it's very common that a shipment may be rejected or the transit may be refused according to because this is a sovereign issue of the transit countries, so or the destination countries. So the procedures, the Basel measures. I'm sorry, the speaker has went blank.
لو تذكرين إجراءات بس
The Basel measures on are applicable between two jurisdictions, between two states, but not for but not for the shipment internally within the same country. It's not applicable, for example, from Baghdad to Mosul. But within the same country, this is subject to the national legislation. But for TBM between two different countries, this would be subject to the Basel Convention because it is an international convention. So, Dr. Abdul Hakim, what is the... Okay, so after the borders, what about the follow-up regarding the safety and emergency measures? Well, as I have said, for example, to move a shipment from Cairo to Alexandria, and this is an inter-governorate shipment, we have to ensure that the shipment is soundly and safely received at the exportation port. And so there was a complete coordination between the transportation ministry, the national intelligence, the national security, and the weather forecast as well, the meteorological authority. They assigned the time when to move the shipment from the collection point to the disposal point in order to ensure that there is no heavy winds that might overturn the vehicles. There is no high temperature which may cause any overreaction in the drums. The speaker has gone blank. I'm sorry, I can't hear any feed from the speaker. And in order to ensure that the roads are with very low traffic so that no vehicles might be surrounding these shipment, and for any unavoidable disaster, these cars or these vehicles may be affected. So this was like an organized, an interagency process, and there was a national emergency plan in order to ship this shipment from the collection point to the exportation or the departure point, which is Alexandria port. The speaker has gone blank. And it would be done through like a roundtable arrangement with all stakeholders involved. Third question. Okay, the customs classification, the mechanism and the communication between the Ministry of Environment and the customs, is it an administrative thing or is it... I cannot hear the speaker. If there is anything that happens, they would be able to identify what happened, and there is electronic rather than documentary communication channels between the customs and the Ministry of Environment. There would be training workshops between both agencies, the environmental inspectors and customs officers. They would be sitting on the same table during the training, and there would be great understanding, and there would be secured communication channels and networks, intelligence networks for communication between the different agencies, including the environmental police, and all of us would be in such activities. I cannot hear the feed. Yeah. هل تسمع؟
الو نعم يا فندم أسمعك بوضوح.
Hi, Mike. Do you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Yes. So would you like to add anything regarding the first question? Remember, they kind of touched on your points that you and Yvonne made on incineration, that you have to have like air controls like available, like to measure and to make sure like if you're using the cement kilns that it would not cause more harm than good. Would you like to say like to weigh in on this? Any additional points you'd like to highlight?
Yeah, thank you. Just to endorse those points about ensuring that we've got the highest level of environmental protection in terms of monitoring of gaseous emissions, stack emissions, etc., etc. Absolutely. I did actually have a couple of questions for our colleague in Egypt, hoping he can hear me, and he's getting a translation from me. I thought it was an excellent presentation, and I think there's many particular learning points for other countries, including Iraq, from the experiences had in Egypt. So if I could, I would just like to ask a couple of questions for my understanding. I would like to understand who were the generators of the waste that we were talking about. Was it invariably small sector industrial units, or was it the government sector? And depending who the waste generators were, who actually paid for the treatment? Was it the government of Egypt funding the treatment? And that said, would you have any idea of what the total cost was? Because I would be interested in perhaps what the cost per ton was, if that's available. And then as a supplementary question, I've worked on hazardous waste in Egypt. I'm aware of the hazardous waste site at Nasraya in northern Egypt. I'm wondering, was that site considered for disposing of this waste, and was it deemed as not suitable? And if so, for what reason? So apologies there. There's lots of small questions within that narrative, but grateful for your responses. Thank you very much.
Dr. Abkim?
نعم يا فندم بخصوص السؤال الأولاني.
For the first question, most of the companies or the institutions that had the waste are government companies, huge companies, are not private sector, so it's a public sector which is under the government, and thus the project included disposing of these wastes of these factories, and did not include any private sector companies. The other part of the question related, if you can just remind me of the second part of the question, please.
So I was wondering, that being the case, was it the government of Egypt that paid the disposal and transportation costs? And if so, do we have an indication of what the costs were?
لا يا فندم مصر لم
Egypt did not pay any costs because the project is the MIDPO is financed by the International Environment Fund that had borne all the expenses, and the Egyptian government did not pay anything for the disposal.
The government of Egypt wouldn't necessarily know what the total cost or the unit cost per ton was.
نعم. نعم.
Yes, that's true.
Did they evaluate the Nasraya hazardous waste site in northern Egypt for the disposal of this waste? And if so, why was that site found not to be suitable?
لا ما كانش الصوت مش واضح. الصوت الترجمة. Yes. نعم. نعم. Yes. نعم.
I just repeated the question because he didn't hear the first time. There is a Nasriya in Alexandria, but this type of wastes it cannot be buried safely. There are physical or chemical means of the disposing of it, and we should not bury it right away because not all waste could be buried. There are other types according to Basel conventions. Some waste could be dealt with in a chemical or physical way, so we have to work in this way. And at the end, after the processing, some of it could be buried, but it was not on the table to have to dispose of it in Nasriya because the management of Nasriya would have refused, as this could not be environmentally safe way of disposing, because we know that disposing of it, it has to be environmentally safe and a sound matter. So the burial is not the way to deal with it, as you know, and you know this.
Yeah, but the Nasraya site, which I have worked on, has an industrial incinerator. So I wasn't suggesting you can bury it. I was wondering why it could not be incinerated at the Nasraya site, which has an incinerator.
نعم. مدفن النصرية أصبح دلوقتي.
The burial is very strict now in accepting because the cells for the burial is full and they have no more space to get more wastes, and they are thinking now of having another burial center, Nasriya B, to receive different kinds of waste. So practically or theoretically, the landfill in Nasriya is close to any wastes now.
Clarify, because I think we're confusing ourselves.
Exactly, yes.
Nasriya has an industrial incinerator. So I am not talking about burial, I'm talking about incineration at Nasriya, not burial.
نعم. بالنسبة المكونات من البي سي.
The components of the PCPs in the oils, the incinerator in the burial could not get rid of it completely, and thus could not avoid the contamination. And the experts of the project discovered that the disposal has to be done in specialized facilities that could get rid of the oils that has this high percentage of PCPs, and the incinerator was not able to get rid of it completely until even with the incinerators, the temperature cannot get rid of all the waste.
It's clear. Thank you very much indeed. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Abkim.
Mr. Michael.
One of the questions that the lady asked on the communication between the customs and the Ministry of Environment reminded me of Lebanon. They always had communication between their customs, which had a list, like an inventory of the kind of chemicals. And this list, they try to communicate with the Ministry of Environment so that their inventory will tally. So their inventory will be the same, just in case they needed to export or import any kind of
نعم
hazardous chemicals or waste. So I'm guessing this is the same in
نعم
Egypt.
نعم
Is this the same in
نعم
Egypt?
نعم
Yes, it is. And it's on not on the harmonized system, and not the tariffs for waste, but the procedures themselves, how to have a map or a flow chart on how to deal with these types of wastes in customs, and how to classify them, how to organize them, or prepare it according to the international code in this context.
For this explanation. If we do not have any questions from the floor, I would like to call on Mr. Ayman. Mr. Ayman, he has the second presentation. Thank you very much, Dr. Abkim, for your
شكرا أشكرك يا فندم
Yes.
شكرا لكم شكرا
Thank you very much.
present your slides.
لا ان شاء الله انا جاهز باذن الله وهنعرض.
I am ready, and I put the presentation right now.
Okay, is it,
We see the slides. Thank you.
okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. برحب بحضراتكم.
Hello, I would love to welcome you all, and I hope that I would learn from your expertise and that we would cooperate together in presenting something that is of a mutual experience and benefit for us Egyptians and Iraqis. My presentation is about a brief experience for Egypt in terms of disposing of and handling hazardous wastes and materials in the oil and gas sector. My name is Ayman Abdel Baqi. I am a chemist, and I am the general manager for environment protection in the Egyptian Petroleum in the Egyptian General Petroleum Corporation, and I have a long experience, and I'm happy to be with you I'm happy to be in such an event, and I hope that we would share our experience and learn from each other. At the beginning, I would like to just give you an idea about the oil and gas sector in Egypt. First, we have the Ministry of Petroleum and Mineral Resources, and this is the ministry in charge of managing petroleum resources in Egypt, and it has 4 sub-entities, which is the Egyptian General Petroleum Corporation, and which I'm honored to be one of its staff, and the Egyptian Holding Company for Natural Gases, EGAS, and the for petrochemicals, Ganopi, and the EChem. These are the 4 arms of the Ministry of Petroleum and Mineral Resources that manages the oil and gas sector in Egypt. Each of these holding companies own some companies either fully or in partnerships with other agencies or international or agencies, and each of them supervises its subsidiaries. But these 4 bodies, they together and collectively are responsible for in enforcing the hazardous waste and materials management in the oil and gas sector. And so we have a committee in charge of managing the hazardous materials and waste in the oil and gas sector, including the licensing and the safe handling and the guidelines on relevant guidelines with oil companies in the different sectors. The oil and gas companies, as you all know, they have different activities and they are similar. They have activities that have to do with the production and drilling, the refineries, transportation and distribution of the petroleum products, as well as oil services companies that are fully connected with the manufacturing and the supportive oil services companies. The general classification of these companies, these are public companies, these are governmental companies, and they are owned by the EGPC, and they are fully owned by it. And most of them, these are the refineries and some of the distribution companies, the large distribution companies. The joint ventures, these are the ones co-owned by international companies with contracts, partnership contracts with the EGPC or EGAS or GANO in order to distribute the shares in the petroleum resources. And in this case, they do a contract, and we in this case we call it a development contract or a production contract, and this would be in the form of a joint venture between the EGPC contractor and the other foreign partner. The investment companies, these are companies in which the public agencies would partner, but they would not be up to 50%. Can you see the presentation? Can you hear me well? Everything's fine?
The presentation, and we hear you well.
تمام فندم. المواد الكيماوية الخطرة.
So the hazardous chemical materials, as you know, we have the hazardous chemicals, and we started the process of making an inventory of the hazardous material used in different production operations according to the environment law of 1994, Law 4 of 1994, and it was of course amended later in September 2009, and its executive regulations was issued later, 1 year after the law was enacted in 1995. And afterwards we started to take measures to coordinate and cooperate between the Ministry of Environment, represented by the Egyptian Environmental Affairs Agency, or the EEAA, and the EGPC, and back then it was the only agency before the other holding companies would emerge, and we would have an inventory of the different materials used in the oil and gas sectors. And when we communicated with the companies, there was like a guideline issued by the EEAA in cooperation with the consultant who would work with them back then, and through some of the grants by foreign agencies to the Ministry of Environment, and we made an inventory of the different chemicals used in general by the different oil companies, and then this was followed by a classification of these chemicals according to the guidelines or the guidelines sent to us by the EEAA. And we issued the first list of hazardous materials in 1999. And currently we are amending these inventories and these lists because, of course, of the updates, and because at the time when these lists were made, they were there was a focus on one thing, and this was the toxicity, followed by some of the relevant things that have to do with health risks, such as the carcinogenic, the mutagenic, and we relied on this classification only. And now, this time, we are preparing these lists, and according to the law, these lists must be approved by two agencies: the EEAA of the Ministry of Environment, and from the Ministry of Health. There is a committee from the Ministry of Health that is in charge of reviewing these lists in accordance with the environment law as well. So we have been approved, the lists have been approved by the two ministries, but the lists need to be finalized after the final approval of the Ministry of Environment and after the ministerial decree that would be made by the Minister of Petroleum in this regard. These chemical lists, we, as I told you, in the first time, we relied on the guidelines from the Ministry of Environment, and then this time we relied on the guidelines by the Waste Management Regulatory Agency, and this is a new government structure that has been newly introduced like 4 or 5 years ago. And this agency would be in charge of the integrated management of hazardous wastes and materials. And so it is equal to the EEAA, and this is one of the arms of the Ministry of Environment, but it's in charge of only hazardous waste and materials. And through this classification
طبعا التقسيم بتاع الكلاسيفيكيشن للكيميكال على
we conducted this classification of the chemical lists based on the EU classification, and accordingly we had two lists. We have different chemicals. We asked the companies to send us all the types of chemicals that they use, and we distributed them according to the classification required by the EEAA, these chemicals based on its MSDS and based on the EU classification to lists that need handling licenses, and there are lists that are harmful that hazardous but do not require handling licenses. As you all know, all the chemicals in general are hazardous, but according to the EU classification, they distributed these lists, or classified these lists to the four and they have been classified by the 4 arms of the Ministry of Petroleum, and they issue these licenses for the safe transportation or importation, and then storage on site, and the use and the final disposal, and in the final stage, the licenses made by these relevant authorities depend on the EU classification. For the other materials that are not covered by the EU classification in terms of their hazard, they need environmentally sound management in handling them at all stages, but they do not need licensing from the government agency, licensing government agencies for their subsidiary companies. So we handle these wastes, and we safely handle these wastes, whether they be chemicals or wastes, whether they are licensed or not. For the storage is conducted according to the MSDS, as well as
Mr. Ayman, I don't know if you're passing your slides because it's static on my end. I don't know if that's the same for everyone. And just to let you know, you have 10 more minutes to round up. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. I will finish in time, inshallah.
Right. Thank you.
أنا كنت بتكلم حضرتك.
And I was saying that the storage would be based on the MSDS, and labels would be put on the storage sites for these materials, be they laboratory materials or they would be materials used in different production stages. The hazardous waste classifications, we also classify them according to the instructions of the hazardous waste management regulatory agency, and we classify them according to the EU classification according to the 4 criteria, which is toxicity, corrosion, reactivity, and flammability. For oil or petroleum hazardous waste, we have materials that are of petroleum nature or hydrocarbonic nature. And there are some materials that contain these properties, and these that do, they are either solid or liquid materials. And as you see from the table here, this is just an inventory of the average amount generated by the company, some of the companies of the EGPC only, and not the other holding companies. And so these annual amounts may be a little bit more or less, a little bit more actually, because the number of the subsidiary companies are too many, and they have wastes resulting from their activities. And so these amounts are just indicative. The amount of oily based mud cutting, this is the annual amount is about 50,261 tons per year. This is a huge amount, of course, because of the drilling and the number of wells being drilled. Of course, this amount would be more than this figure. because we haven't added or included here the value of the other holding companies' amounts generated. The oil spills sludge is about 4,461 tons per year. The solid oily sludge is 1441, and so on and so forth. There is other hydrocarbon wastes which are in liquid or semi-liquid form, and these are in the form of used engine oil, or that we call the lube oil, or all sorts of lube oils. There is engine oils, there is machine oils, there is transformer oils, but they are PCB free. But this is in the oil and gas sector is not very common, because we deal with the electric transformer as they are a machine and not. And if they need to be maintained and their oils need to be changed, this would be on long intervals of time, and they would not have. This would not occur in the oil companies, and this would be done by specialized companies. Other liquid and semi-liquid waste include the organic solvents, the industrial drainage water resulting from associated with the industrial drainage operations, and the produced water, and the semi-liquid oily sludge for the cleanup of tankers and the like. This table has to do with the non-specific hazardous waste, which are the non-hydrocarbon waste that do not include hydrocarbon waste. As you can see, some drums, whether solid or whether metal or plastic, these would include the residues of some chemicals or oils that can be used as an additives in some industrial
البروتكتيف كلوزز او الملابس الواقيه الملوثه.
Some of the PPEs, contaminated PPEs, the chemicals, highly acidic and highly alkaline solutions, paints, glue and welding materials, asbestos and other insulating materials, catalysts, used in the processing, and also the ion exchange resin. Some others include expired chemicals, and these are controlled largely because we associate them in the licensing for a company with the annual amounts, the annual usage amounts, and we ask these companies to make an inventory of the exact amounts of the storage or the amounts that they have, and we would compare them with the licensing licensed amount, and the license is for 5 years, so we would compare that with the average of the licensed amount for 5 years, because if the usage is very high, and this means that they haven't made a good inventory and well assessment of their needs. And if the amount is too low, this means that they have overestimated their needs, and this would mean a large amount of expired chemicals, and this would be an environmental burden to dispose of. The activated alumina, batteries, fluorescent bulbs, and e-waste. and used car tires, all of these are included as hazardous waste resulting from or generated by oil companies, but that are non-hydrocarbon in nature. This is the waste management hierarchy that any agency or any country would aspire to follow best practices for an integrated management of the waste through this hierarchy to manage the waste soundly. There are some legal requirements and international conventions that are applicable in these processes, and the latest of which is the law number 202 of 2020, and this was issued by the Waste Management Regulatory Agency. The executive regulations of this law are not out yet, but it's applicable, and it regulates the integrated management of hazardous solids, materials and waste. We have Law 4 of 1994 of the Environment, amended by Law 9 of 2009, Law 48 of 1982, Law 93 of 1962, and it has to do with sanitary drainage, Law number 7 of 2010, and then Basel Convention and Bamako Convention, and this one has to do with the transportation of hazardous waste transboundary. The Basel Convention, as you know, its mandate. Now we come to the most important step, which is the safe handling and the treatment of hazardous wastes. For the temporary storage, of course, we have to license this process by the competent authorities, which I indicated at the beginning, and the oil and gas sector companies. They have to conduct an ESIA to decide whether this space can be used for a storage area in a company's site, and this report is sent to the EEAA, which reviews it and approves or disapproves of the location of this storage, and this would be in accordance with guidelines by the EEAA for the storage of the temporary storage of these wastes in company storages until disposal, and there should be a time where such waste should not be kept in this location for longer intervals, and there should be a schedule each company would have for disposal of its wastes collected at this site, depending on the degree of hazardness and its physical and chemical condition of such collected waste. This is an image of a hazardous solid waste storeroom. And this is an empty storeroom, and this is how it looks like while it's being used for storing the drums. And to the right side also there are some used filters stored for disposal, and some labels and MSDS are posted for each material and for each waste and its amount, of course, until this temporary collection or temporary storage is completed and then followed by transportation out of the facility. The transportation should be conducted by specialized licensed companies which got their licenses from the competent environmental authorities, and also we do some auditing by some auditing of these companies through EGPC Environment Department by allowing these companies to register as contractors in this company. So, for example, the list of suppliers and contractors sent by the EGPC to the on the company's license to transport and handle these wastes is applicable in the AA after examining the documents of each of these companies and after meeting all the requirements of the necessary requirements for the safe transportation of these materials. And then they are allowed to tender and to have bids for the oil and gas sector operations. The transportation is done through the manifest system or the tracking system with its guidelines, and these forms must be filled out, and the recipient of a shipment should deliver to the receiving company, signed by the disposal agency, in order to ensure that no manipulation is done for an unsafe handling or disposal of such material. This is one form of the safe disposal forms by the licensed companies for disposing of hazardous wastes, and they would fill it out, and then it would be signed and sealed, as you can see the stamp at the bottom, and they would send a photocopy of this to the company that have received from which, or to the generator company, in order to ensure assure them that their wastes have been disposed of safely. And the transporting vehicle may be followed or tracked by another vehicle in order to ensure that the shipment has been safely delivered to the disposal destination. The treatment and recycling, some wastes may be disposed of, may be recycled or treated. There is some produced water from oil and gas processes, and these industrial drainage are treated according to the stage it is in, and it would maybe start by a physical processes which would scrape the oil from the surface, and depending on the physical density of this oil, and then some chemicals may be added that would help isolate water from the oil, and then the biological treatment through the bacteria. And some companies started to do the zero liquid discharge system, and this is applicable, in fact, in some companies, in order to ensure that no liquid or water contaminants would be released into the different water bodies. Production companies also have approvals to re-inject in depleted wells, and used oils sometimes are recycled, and there are 3 contracts have been made with the oil services or petroleum services companies, and these would collect the used oils all over the country, and not only for the oil and gas sector, and they would collect these oils and transport them. We have 3 companies in Egypt that would receive these used oils, and they would recycle them and extract or recycle these oils, which may be essential oils and maybe used in distribution companies again. The empty drums, they can be used one way or another in refilling. And we have in Egypt now companies, when they contract to buy exported chemicals, the agreement would include they would include an obligation to send the empty drums to the supplier. And these companies which do not have these contracts, and they would have a huge amount of these empty drums, they for the metal drums, some of them may be destroyed, so that we would make the drum unusable and maybe used as scrap in in iron and steel companies, and it would be sold after washing it, of course, and this would be how it's disposed of. And some companies actually would use these drums as some sort of decor, or some sort of they would use it for making labels or signboards on the roads, and some of them may be used in for companies that operate in desert areas. They would use these drums in adding a concrete material, and they would be painted in translucent colors, so that they would identify the vehicle roads inside these company sites, and it would include some labels.
We're behind time. If you can just wrap up in like 3 minutes, please, so we can take questions on the floor. Thank you.
Okay, that's right. Okay. بالنسبة للمخلفات اللي هي
And for the electronic wastes, we in Egypt we have many companies that recycle e-waste, and they are currently sold by specialist companies, and these companies as well have environmental approvals by agencies such as WEAA, and they have specialist factories to recycle e-waste. The final disposal, as we said, they are landfilled through the sanitary landfills such as Al Nasiriyah landfill, and not in Al Nasiriyah, because we have more than one landfill that has been licensed by different stakeholders, such as WEAA. EcoConserve, for example, has its own landfill. Unico company also has its own landfill, and different companies have licensed landfills. In addition, some companies have received approvals for final disposal by incineration or methods approved by the WEAA. The incineration would be in approved incinerators, and the oils, the used oils, or the oil-based mud cutting, as you call the oil-based mud cuttings, they include some sort of diesel or fuel oil, that is hydrocarbon waste that are used during the drilling, and so it involves some risk of flammability. And in Egypt, we have disposed of a large amounts of this waste, and by adding it as an alternative fuel, and some cement kilns would use these large amounts of oily mud cuttings, and not only as an alternative fuel but also in the incineration to use its thermal content, but it would also use them as raw materials if there are large amounts of these blends that would include low content of these oils. It would be used as raw materials, and we have also disposed of this oil-based mud cuttings through the cement kilns. And in order for them to be ready for this, they have to be environmentally approved or licensed, depending on the electrostatic filters equipped for handling such wastes. We use special incinerators for burning other wastes, which, as I told you, are used in disposing of these materials. The EGPC, as one arm of the Ministry of Petroleum and Mineral Resources, and our subsidiaries are one of the oldest companies operating in oil and gas sector in Egypt, so they are fully responsible. We do control and follow-up and monitoring. We do the licensing.
Okay.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Ayman. Let me just stop you there for a minute so that we can see if we have questions from the floor before we let you finish your slides. Thank you so much for this very interesting presentation. I'll return to the floor to see if anyone has any questions regarding how hazardous chemicals and waste are being managed in Egypt.
نعم. السلام عليكم. شكرا أستاذ أيمن على تقديم العرض. معك مهندس محمد نجم.
Thank you, Mr. Ayman. I'm Mohammed Majduddin from the Environment Department in Kirkuk. A group of questions, some related to what you have presented in the hazard inventory that you have presented. It included the concern that the activated carbon and the ionic exchange resin is as a hazard waste. The question here is, the activated carbon, is it considered a hazard waste in general, or depending on the material that is mixed or adsorbed? So it would be hazardous. Or if the activated carbon is adsorbed, then it shouldn't be hazardous. So this is a question. Also, the ionic exchange resin, if it is if it has expired its life, then how would you consider the resins as hazard waste? Does it depend on the processing? So this makes it hazardous, or is it in general hazardous? The second question, in some of the institutions, in the oil institutions, bypass, there are certain chemical materials that are used to absorb the humidity in producing the accompanying gas, and after its operation, life is considered as waste according to the oil company. They said that it's not a hazardous material or chemicals, and now it is in a chemical in a
عشان ما سمعتش للأسف.
حبيبات تستخدم، حبيبات
granules used in some companies to produce gas that absorbs humidity. I don't know the composition. You mean silica gel? I'm not sure if it is. I know silica gel is used, but I'm not sure if it is silica gel or not. However, it is it exceeded its expiry date. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the name of the chemical. The third question, in some cases we have drums, plastic drums that have solid materials, whether in granules or otherwise, and they are in plastic bags, and then these materials are being used, the plastic bags that have the solid matter or solid material is contaminated, but the drum is not contaminated because it is isolated by the plastic bags. So when do you think it is ideal to classify the drum? When it has solid materials that are in high isolation plastic bags? Is it hazardous or could be recycled as in certain cases, because it is tempting to use in some pickles maybe, and it goes to civil areas, and we found some cases like that. The fourth question, in certain oil
العقارب والأفاعي كونها في مناطق بعيدة، لذلك يستخدمون كميات من المبيدات وتصبح في بعض الحالات منتهية الصلاحية.
Lost translation.
حالة كيس ستدي حقيقية.
Again, I was kicked out. The microphone was, yeah, I'm sorry. In some cases there are scorpions and snakes, and they use pesticides, and then they become expired, or should they be used, or so these pesticides when they expire, can we reuse them? I'm not sure if the translation is correct because I missed some of the. There are certain things that endanger the safety or the security of the country. Is the chlor gas, which is double used but is used in drinking water. So what are the procedures in dealing with chemicals that have dual use? Your questions are very useful and very good, and I hope that I can the inventory in for chemicals through the activated carbon. As you said, the activated carbon is used in production or processing that is followed by distilling, and is used also through materials that deal with activated carbon, and they are hazardous and include hazardous chemicals. So activated carbon, after being absorbed, then it includes a lot of hazards, and so I consider it as a hazardous material after I change it, when we change it after a while. The ion exchanger as well, we are talking about the resin that comes out of the ionic exchange, and you are right when you say I don't consider it hazardous unless it is mixed with other hazardous chemicals during the process in the ionic exchange. As for your second question relating to the materials used in absorbing humidity and they are expired, these become hazardous materials, and we have the holding company EGAZ have the same problem that you have mentioned, but they are through the agreement with the concerned authorities, and I am a member of this group with the holding company. We try to diagnose what and decide what material it is. Through the safety data sheet, we try to know what is the hazard. And in this sheet, it is composed of 16 items. One of these items is the disposal, the storage. So we go back to the directions in the material safety data sheet and to see how to store it temporarily and then how to dispose of it securely and safely, and how is it done. So this is just how you said it happens. As for the drums, this problem is really worrying. And you are right, I commend you for that. We have the same problem, we have the same mistake. If they are found, they are tempted to use it domestically. Sometimes they use it as a source of, for storing drinking water or pickles. So I agree with you. But I would like to give you our experience in this. The plastic bag inside the drum, to a certain extent, I'm not sure if it is intact. It might be torn, or because it is plastic anyway, so it could have some leakage some way or another. So I deal with the drum very carefully. Of course, the plastic bag becomes a hazardous material, but the drum should be washed in the known ways, the standard ways with sodium hydrochloride or any other way to guarantee that it will remove any hazardous material. And it depends again on the chemical in the drum, because not all things are alike. But as I tell you, in most cases, the drums, usually they are not corrosive. Sometimes they are
وبالتالي انا بتخلص منها عن طريق ان انا بغسل البرميل، وممكن بعد كده ابتدي ابيعه. احنا عندنا تجربه برضو مهمه قوي في الحته ديت، ظهرت من خلال اسمها
I was kicked again. I'm sorry. I don't know even to what extent did you hear. So we have an experience, the Petrochemical Alliance, that is under the research center, which is a government center, but is under the higher education, but under the Ministry of Petroleum in funding. And it works on certain researches and have this alliance that for petrochemicals with petrochemical companies, and they brought some specialized machines and dealt with these drums by converting it to small bowls, which are being used in some plastic companies to reform. And it's used in that is not used in food. So, for example, slippers, hangers, so that are not included in manufacturing food or beverages. The other question related to the scorpion.
في الشركات بتاعتنا احنا عندنا نفس المشكله وبنعاني فعلا من الموضوع ده، ولكن
I was cut off again. But we overcame this by contracting with the insecticide companies. We had some chemicals and we stored them in our warehouses, but they expire because the use is not that often. And then we found that this is a burden, a high burden, and disposing of the pesticides is not easy, and it has a lot of difficult regulations. So I thought of, not me, but the sector thought of changing this, and we had some directions sent to all the companies, and there are certain companies that are specialized in fighting or in pesticides, and they go to the site and spray it, and they leave without leaving any traces of the chemicals in the companies that requested this service. So they do the service and they leave, and there is no problem in having any chemicals or any pesticides or insecticides in our companies. And I also I get them according to the contract, once a week, once a month, or twice a month, or according to the agreement. As for the double agents or the double material that are used in different things like chlorine, for example, the similar materials, the degree of hazardousness it depends on the concentration. Most of the use of the in the refineries of the chlor in processing, that they're using the gas is very restricted in dealing with it. It is being stored according to the material safety data sheet and has a lot of supervision, very strict supervision. And we have only one person besides the training and awareness. And we restrict dealing with this area because of the hazards related to these gases, and so the supervision is very close. I hope I answered and covered all the points that you were talking about.
Iman, I just wanted to ask if
عفوا.
Mike could just reiterate some of the things he had done in the first presentation, because I see all the questions seem to be bordering around characteristics, like characterizing chemicals and waste between harmful and hazardous, and how this affects the treatment and disposal of this waste. Mike, are you still here? Right. I just gave you the floor. Yes.
Yeah, Heidi, I'm very much still here
Yes.
and listening in. And again, I think this presentation is extremely useful in as much as it underscores a lot of the lessons learnt in Egypt, which by association are applicable to what we're talking about in Iraq. So many lessons to be learnt there. I myself do have one or two particular questions for our colleague. And we were hearing about the use of kilns for taking some hydrocarbon waste. And indeed, this is an area in Egypt that I have provided a bit of assistance on over the years. But I would be interested to learn what stack emission measures are being taken. Are the kilns which are receiving this hydrocarbon waste, is the atmospheric discharge from these kilns being measured in any way and monitored to determine that we're not, for example, generating POPs such as furans and dioxins? So I'd be interested in what monitoring regime has been applied in the context of Egypt. So thank you very much.
I think this was part of the ending side of Mr. Ayman's
أعتقد أن هذا كان ختام عرضه هذا
بخبراته وطبعا درايته الكاملة بالعمليات في مصر، فهو على دراية بكل الإجراءات اللي تمت في مصر، وكان ليه خبرات سابقة معانا، وإحنا بنتشرف بوجوده دايما ونستفيد من خبراته.
We benefit from Mr. Mike's experience, and as for the question, as for the emissions regarding POPs that include POPs for the petroleum sector, or that I have been working with them, we use for the POPs amounts we send to our companies to tell us the amounts of the outcomes, whether in the transformers or their work in coordination with the environmental authorities. And we discovered that the amounts are do not exceed 1 ton or 2 ton in one of the companies and have been disposed safely by transferring it through the Environment Authority in a project in safe disposal of POPs material. What I am concerned with in chemical wastes that are being incinerated are those that have chemicals used in drilling. These are the ones that we had a cooperation with the cement companies, and not all the solid waste or semi-solid waste that include oil. So the companies, we have 3 companies that are specialized in collecting and controlling oils in Egypt that the authority has given this job to. These companies, with the Environment Authority, we bought the equipment that measure the amount of solid waste in oils related to POPs, and if they move in collecting oils in transformers, in this case, they measure the POPs percentage, and if they are higher than the standard or the accepted level, the authorities, the environment authorities are being informed to dispose of it. But if it is less than the percentages, they are being collected and dealt with in a safely way, in a safe way, in recycling the oils, and some of them are being used as alternative fuels in chimneys, and controlling also the emissions. And these projects, we do an environment impact study, and we know all the inputs into the factory or the procedures taken to control the contaminants of air in the composition of the oils that are being dealt with or being incinerated safely in the incinerators and in the chimney.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Now I know Chi is looking at the clock, so I will hand the microphone back to Chi. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike. Do you hear me clearly though?
Yes, I can hear you, Chi.
Okay. We'll probably have to pause here because I think it's lunchtime. And maybe when we come back, if we have any more questions, I think Mr. Ayman and Dr. Abkim will be happy to answer any questions regarding their experience in Egypt. So maybe we'll pause here and go on a lunch break for about an hour. Is that okay?
Inshallah.
So
yes. Thank you so much to both of the presenters and to Mike. Thank you so much. I think that was really useful. And I think what we would like to do is establish this connection for our Iraq government counterparts. If they want to reach out to you for further discussion and experience sharing, of course, I hope they will be welcome.
طبعا يا فندم احنا العراق
Of course, Iraq is a very dear country, and we cooperate with them all the time. We are at their disposal. We are friends and brothers, so we can really would like to convey all our help that is needed. Thank you. Mr. Yusuf, can I check with, sorry.
Marisol, not actually hearing Marisol.
Pardon?
Oh, now I can hear you.
Yeah, everything is okay. We can now start the break of lunch.
Of lunch, okay. So when we come back at 2 o'clock, we will have the presentation from Ministry of Health and Environment, and then we will close with Mike's presentation on different treatment options. Okay?
Okay. Yeah. Mr. Hassan will submit this presentation to the Ministry of Health and Environment.
Okay.
Because Mr. Walid infected by COVID-19.
Oh, wow. Sorry to hear that.
Mr. Walid.
Sorry to hear that. Okay, so we have a good lunch, and we
Yeah.
will see you back. We will start immediately at 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, your time. Okay? Thank you very
Okay.
much.
Thank you. Thank you, Pastor. Thank you, dear.